I am live, day trading futures, trading the S&P 500 and the stock market, scalping the imbalance level 2 data and some volume action, guys. Let's get into it. Let's see what we got going on. Let's see what we got going on here. I was in the middle of opening the stream and I literally missed a setup from that top. I will look to get in again. Yes, indeed. Hopefully everyone's trading well this morning. Might get a setup here, actually. What are we doing? We're taking longs in the live account. Longs in the live account. Shorts and longs on the Lucid account. What up, man? What up, Marquise? Oil futures going wild? Yeah, makes sense. I should have gotten gas yesterday. Gonna be screwed. Dude, I have just never felt so confident about trading. This is crazy. I woke up today and I just feel good. I just feel like I'm not gonna have to stress to win. Like, that's how confident I feel right now with this DCA method and the imbalance. Oh fuck. Damn, Marquise. What happened? Was it just like an impulse entry? Or like something you held too long? And we did have some crazy volatility. Early in the morning? That is insane right there. Tilt. It's the old brain. Yeah, dude. That's what caused you to blow it, I'm sure. See disclaimer, guys. See description. Winning Cup of Trades is not responsible for trades or investments made by viewers. Trading and investing can have substantial financial risk, and it is advised to seek advice from a qualified broker or financial advisor before trading or investing. This stream is for entertainment purposes. Why does it feel like my bars look weird? These are pretty big candles, actually. Yeah, we've got a lot of volatility right now. You can't really tell. But a lot of these are almost like 5 points. It's never the strat, it's always me. That's right, man. We have all failed many, many times. There's always a start to something, there's always an end to something. It's kind of hard to figure out where that might be, but maybe it's the start and end to your brain taking over. The start of realizing that the system's okay and you're not. And the end of those bad habits. Ora, what up? Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to take a crack on this. I feel pretty good about where it is. I kind of wanted a little bit more, but I think this entry's okay. I wanted it to be a little higher before entering, but I just couldn't quite make it. See how this pans out. I am trading in the Lucid Trading prop firm evaluation account, looking to get to $12.50 in profit so we can pass that and get funded. It wouldn't be the first time we've been funded by a prop firm. I think we can do it using a DCA method and the imbalance. I am trying to find reversions, scalping for as much points as I truly can. Let's see how this all plays out. Oops. Do I win or lose this trade session? Do I win or lose this trade session? I'm live in real time. Let's see how this session goes. Sorry guys, I gotta do a couple intros. It's a little goofy doing it while I'm live, but I gotta do it for the shorts. Am I gonna win or lose on the day? I'm live in real time trading a prop firm evaluation. Let's see how things play out. Yeah, I like that. You just want a revenge trade? I think maybe it's you just can't accept the fact that I guess it does just boil down to you can't accept the fact that you're wrong, you know? Or maybe it also boils down to not accepting the fact that the approach is wrong. Where's the invalidation point, you know? Like at what point is it okay, I'm just adding because I'm being stubborn. I'm not adding. What I used to tell myself a lot of times is like, okay, I'm getting in on this trade, but why? Why am I doing it? And if the answer is not because the approach says to, then inevitably I just accept that I'm going to lose. I kind of came to the realization that even trading with my brain or intuition just doesn't work. I haven't messed around with trading with only intuition in a very long time, so I don't really know how that would play out, but what I do know is if I trade with intuition, it's a dangerous game because the brain gets way too emotional. And it gets very emotional in terms of what you're mentioning too, is revenge trading. You're in a losing trade, and then you try to fight back to get the loss back. Or it even just pisses you off and you get in just being out of anger. We get in these modes of like, yeah, I don't care. I don't care how it plays out. Just like what I'm doing right now. If I got in the middle of the imbalance, that's not even my setup. It's not even the approach. Like I'm trying to wire my brain to a point to where it's like the entry just can't be made. It's not even a realistic thing unless those conditions are there. And if I do it, then I'm not trading the approach. What am I trading at that point? Whenever I ask myself that, I have like an epiphany that goes, "Oh, yeah, I'm not trading anything. I'm just guessing. I'm a gambler." And that doesn't feel good to tell yourself that you're just guessing in the market. That's kind of what I tell myself. Well, if I win this, it ain't gonna be for much, but at least it'll be a win, potentially. Lockout feature? Yeah, dude. I think the lockout feature is very good. Just goes back to that whole thing that I went over a long time ago. I actually made a video. I've since removed all the videos because I wasn't really satisfied with my content in general. But I was taking mini prop firm evaluations. I think with Trade Day when I started out, I was calculating where I would be hypothetically at the end of like say a run of like 10 evaluations. Every single day that I extended losses past like a certain amount, let's say the lockout's like $100. Every single time that I extended past the hypothetical lockout that I would have had on the account, I lost. Like the calculations were crazy. I don't remember, but it was hundreds, multiple hundreds in the evaluation that could have been prevented on bad days. And looking back at the data, I don't even think that the days ever came back. It was just a loss and then further loss. Like there was never any stopping or preventing further loss. The lockout is crazy. It really is, if you can stick with it. Yeah, I'm okay to tag out at this. If we can tag this leg down. Damn it. Ah, so close. Should have been okay with that exit. Yeah, but I kept going. Instead of saying you're gambling, say you're guessing. Tell yourself that you're guessing. That feels a lot worse. I mean, we can all go in a casino and be like, yeah, I'm gambling. I could be right. I could be wrong. There's still almost like some validation there if you say you're gambling outside of, I'm just guessing. If you say you're just guessing, maybe it triggers a little bit more in your brain. Kind of makes you feel more shitty about what you're doing. Because if you're just guessing, then it's perceived as you're not skillful or like you're an idiot in your brain. At least that's how it makes me feel. We don't want to call ourselves idiots, right? That doesn't feel good. We want to think that we're more intelligent. Well, we've been chopping in a 5-point range for the past like, what, 25 minutes? This is really boring here. Definitely had a good win here in that drop down. That was perfect. 12 bucks in the money. But now it's not looking the best. Probably have to re-add to this. Guessing does sound worse. Yeah. Your brain could associate gambling with intuition, or intuition with gambling, one or the other, and maybe some way, somehow, your brain finds a way to make it seem like it's okay, that it is a gamble. This is a imbalance indicator for liquidity called the liquidity tracker. It's derived from Bookmap. I'm going to try and be more strict. Although I'm doing okay in the evaluation, I want to be more strict with my re-entries, or with my DCA. Instead of getting in maybe every like 500 contracts after like the next little leg or the notch up for a re-entry, I think maybe I'll do two notches up, like exactly like that. There we go. And again, 2 contracts. That's a huge average. Huge change in the average just from that one ad. If and when we pivot back down, and it will happen at some point, our entry position should be okay. But I've seen probably 3 times now to where I will re-add to a position and we get killed there on the trend. But eventually, I mean, even when we're getting killed, it still comes back pretty well. That is one thing I've learned about the imbalance. What goes up must come down, and what goes down must come up. The only weakness that's really in this approach, I feel like, is when trades simply take wildly too long. Too long as in like 30 minutes. If we approach the 30-minute mark, what happens is the imbalance, which is subject, this imbalance liquidity indicator, is subject to the current time frame I'm looking at. And if it takes too long, the tops and the bottoms begin to change pretty drastically. So if I'm getting in 30 minutes ago on these tops and bottoms, 30 minutes later, those tops and bottoms might be gone. So it kind of changes the dynamic of where I'm going. I haven't really figured that piece out yet. I just kind of have to listen to what's there. All right, trying to swing down lower. Back in the money. Struggling, but not giving up. Don't give up. Keep on journaling. And when I say journal, I mean don't just write it down, record it. Record yourself trading. It's the best thing you can do to get better. Post it to YouTube as private or unlisted. It doesn't need to be public. Go back to it. Figure out what you did right, what you did wrong. I don't like how these bars look. Not moving too much, huh? There's so much wicks, right? Like, damn, man. These candles are full of wicks. All right, we're moving down. I don't really have to go very far to exit here. I'm just going to probably play it safe and exit here on this previous low on the imbalance, this most recent previous low. If I want to get ballsy, I can do the next one down, but I don't know if I will. That looks a little better. Make the bars fatter. Strategy is just based on calling reversions in the price by using the liquidity imbalance, utilizing the overextended tops and bottoms of the liquidity imbalance and looking at what the market's done on the current session to call pivot points, to call reversions. When we extend to the top, I short. When we extend to the bottom, I long. I'm not doing this in the prop firm account that I'm on right now, but in the cash account, I try to make that imbalance go in conjunction with the volume bubbles. But because I can DCA into these positions with a bigger drawdown, I'm not really looking at the volume here on the prop firm account. Just trying to build a position into a good spot here on the imbalance and then ride it out. I have no stop or no take profit here intentionally. I have an exit strategy in mind, and essentially, as simple as it may sound, all I'm doing is waiting for the other side to begin to form a setup. If I'm short and I begin to start to get a long setup, well, I'm going to close my short and build into the long position. Vice versa, if I'm long and I begin to get a short setup, I'm going to close my long, build it in the short position. My exit strategy is simply just based on when the conditions are flipping back in favor for the other direction. The inverse that I'm currently on, when that comes in, I'm closing what I'm currently in. That might mean that we're in profit. It might mean we're in some loss. But either way, feels pretty good for me. Two contracts in. We are so choppy, so back and forth. I mean, dude, we've barely moved. We haven't even moved really 5 points in the past 30 minutes. Sucks. Only display that? How much is your bookmap subscription? Bookmap subscription for the year is $350, $400. Bookmap data, real-time data, is $34 a month. It's a $350 to $400 subscription per year. $34 subscription per month for data. How do you get your bookmap to only display? Only display what? Like how I have it set up? Kind of just got to play around with the settings, piece up the application how you want. I've turned off a lot of stuff on Bookmap. I don't want to hear everything, you know. I only want what's relevant to me. What I've done is I've squished the time frame down to get the bubbles to be a line. That way they're not like all over the place. I'm looking at a 5-minute interval here in the bubbles. That's up to you, however you want to do that. You could look at a 10-minute interval, 30-minute. You could look at a second interval. It just depends on how much noise you want. The imbalance indicator down here just comes with Bookmap. It's not even, doesn't even cost anything extra. It's a subchart that you add to the overall platform. I need to do a video on my setup. All right, we're in pretty good now. 3 contracts. Definitely need a pullback here. But we've averaged in pretty nice. I think that we should be in a good position to make a good profit. Essentially, every time we break a new high on the imbalance, I'm adding another contract. If my initial go works and we call the reversion perfectly, then great. I'll hold one contract. If I'm wrong and we keep moving, I'll just keep adding. It's essentially just a setup that keeps repeating itself until eventually works. It's going to reject hard? Yeah, I hope so. Judging by the imbalance, I'm expecting it does revert here. But it's possible it doesn't too. Nothing always works, guys. But I feel pretty confident about it, if I'm being honest. Yep. Here we go. Got some building sell volume. And there goes the liquidity. We were out of the money. We're back in the money. Got to move down in this further leg. I will get out probably like at 7,300-ish area. I won't hold on for too long. As soon as we dive a little bit more, I'm pretty much out. And that's it. Bounce back and forth pretty quickly. So only getting a $16 profit, but this stuff stacks. Keep on trading. This is just the start, my friends. I'm going to try and get 600 today. That would be so amazing. So now I'm going to start building into a long position. Gotta wait for the imbalance to do something. Maybe I'll even go short again. If we pop back up, I'll start building another short position up top. It's crazy how confident I am while losing. It's very weird to me. I'm just so confident in the indicator and the imbalance. The liquidity, man, doesn't lie. There's no speculation here. I'm just trading the data I'm given. That's really it. Pretty good exit, I'd say. Price coming back up, maybe setting up for another short setup. Yeah. How long have I been trading for? I'll just say trading's been something that I've kind of been involved in like in the past 8 years or so, but actively day trading, I've probably only been doing it for close to 3 years now. Especially futures. I never really got into day trading to this degree until I got into futures 3 years back, 3-ish. I was only like a few months into trading futures whenever I started this YouTube channel. which I think is 2.5 years now. All right, I'm in short. Building a short position. If we want to break through this higher high, this local high, that's fine. I'll add my position and make it stronger. But if we don't, and we keep coming down off this one contract, that's all I'm going to sit in. I don't even know how to answer that, Mr. Vision, because I can't tell you if I've ever met anybody that's into trading, like personally outside of this desk and the internet. I've never even came across anyone. Usually when I talk about trading in public, people just yawn. And to be honest, man, everyone out there in like the content space, they're just fake gurus most of the time. iMan Trading is probably the only person I'd ever say has like a pretty good approach to price action. He's another content creator that exposes gurus actually, but he's proved himself to be pretty consistent. Yeah, I don't know. I can't even answer it. iMan Trading. Yeah, if you're someone who doesn't know anything about trading and you're looking for a place to start, instead of starting with a bunch of fake gurus that are probably just lying to you, or actually, they are, or fake trading, I would start with him. I wouldn't go watch a bunch of baloney like Tim Sykes or Clay Trader or Eiley Coleman, I think his name is. I don't know. There's a lot of baloney, dude. At the end of the day, guys, if you're watching someone who's trading and they're selling anything, outside of like some merch or maybe a couple affiliated links, they're probably lying to their following. They're just, they're a phony, taking advantage of beginners in the space and taking tons of money from people. If you ever watch anyone on YouTube that's selling a course, especially if the course is like hundreds of dollars or seminars or subscriptions or access to a Discord group or chat or whatever the hell it is, I would advise probably not watching that person. You're not going to get much out of it. You're better off just doing some research on your own. All right, we're about to get out again. Pretty decent profit here. Just looking for a couple more legs down. A 0.3 per minute on your side? I don't know what you're referring to. Like a delay in the stream? I really shouldn't even look at the price when I'm trading. I kind of don't, to be honest. When I exit, it's just based on the imbalance. I don't know what the P&L really is. Not really looking to the right. It's more like a look to the left. I still find myself looking though. It's a really close exit. I want that next leg down. Are we in with one? Yeah, we're in with one contract. All right, guys, we're almost out. Here we go. Need that imbalance to fall a little bit more. There's the bump up. There it goes. Come on. It's gotta drop. Holding through the noise. Trying to get what I want here. Waiting on the imbalance to speak before I execute the close. There it is. I'm out. I think that was a $25 profit. I couldn't quite get the bottom of the wick, but it was close. We had a nice spike down. It was very fast, almost so fast it didn't even register, but I saw it spike down pretty good. Getting out at the bottom of that wick, I'm okay with that. 40 in profit, slow but steady. Do you need a wheel? Get a better view of the outcome. What do you mean? You're saying a lot of stuff that really isn't making sense. I kind of feel like I'm crazy. Oh, dude, this is a good setup. Short setup. I'm back in. Imbalance is flying to the top. I'm just going to re-enter on a short there. If we want to keep on flying up, that's fine by me. I'll keep re-adding. Ooh. Okay. Okay. All right. We're moving now. Two legs up. Two more legs up, I'll tag in. I don't know if we're going to make it, though. We're going to keep coming down probably before I add another contract. We've been calling it good, guys. I don't even think I've lost today. Like, not even a single trade. We've all came into profit on these. They've all came into profit. Yeah, doing well, feeling good. Walked into today feeling really confident about my approach and what I'm trying to do here. I still believe reading the liquidity imbalance is the best indicator I've ever used. For reversions, it's been pretty mind-blowing. Oh yeah. was a really big liquidity spike down. Might indicate we have some selling activity coming in. 20 seconds to the next. Holy crap. Never mind. Woo! Okay. I'm going to average into that. I'm okay with that. What is going on? That's a lot of movement. Holy crap. What is going on? Who is talking right now? Is there a speaker? That is dangerous right there. Could not have expected that we were going to bump up like that. That's all-time high, guys. If I'm not mistaken. We are literally at the all-time high. You know what they say, though? What goes up must come down. This is it's a scary one. It's an emotional one. Moved very far, very fast. Gotta stay strong, though. $75 to $95. We moved 20 points in 1 minute. So already moving up. Already came down 15 points off the high. Damn, man, that was a really good run. If I do get out in profit, probably won't be much. Got the bottom of the imbalance down here at like 75. We're gonna see if it can dump to that. I don't know, there's a lot of weird volatility that came in. Vision, I don't know if you speak English, but nothing you've been saying makes any sense. I'm sorry. What did, let me see what Trump said. I might have to just close this for a loss. Trump didn't say anything. Who's speaking right now? What came out in the market? There's no way this is just to break the consolidation. $70 to $90, 20, 30 points that quick? I don't know. That's weird. Seems a little too weird. I don't really know how we're going to play this one out. We'll see. If we tag the bottom of the imbalance, whatever that might be, whatever that comes into, probably a break even, that's where I'll get out. Gonna get out about 8,000 area. I think we're probably still gonna make profit on this. Is it moving like that? I don't know, boys. It's an odd one. It's an odd one. A very unexpected jump. It almost makes like no sense with how high the liquidity went. I don't know if I've ever seen a jump like that. On the liquidity, I've never really seen it like that. Kind of sucks because I feel like we're just going to consolidate now for a long time. What do you guys think? Is this going to win or lose? The odds are stacked against us. But are they? My exit strategy is not here, so I just remain in the trade. If I close this trade, I'd be closing just out of the fear of losing. And, I don't know. I just kind of trust my process. I think we're going to be okay. This happened yesterday a couple times, too. We had some pretty significant loss on the trade, and we ended up coming back pretty well. What point do you cut it when it goes against you? Until I'm not going to cut it. Once the imbalance reaches the bottom of the range, then I'll cut it if I'm short. Because there's no point to cut it here. It doesn't make any sense. The only reason why I'd cut it is because I'm losing. It's not an exit strategy. That's just emotional trading. There's a reason why I have no stop. How many times have we cut these trades that, I don't know, eventually came in maybe back to a break even? It happens quite a lot. But I don't have any exit here. In fact, I'll actually add to this if we move up higher. Like, I'll go in short again. Vision, you You are something else. I'm gonna let the dust settle a little bit and go use the restroom. Maybe get a drink. I'll be back. All right, dudes, I'm back. Looks like the dust has settled a little bit, huh? Marquise, don't delete anyone's comments if they're negative. I don't care anymore. I actually don't care. Unless it's like brutally offensive. See what happens here, guys. I think, if anything, we're only in with 2 contracts. We could have definitely closed. I walked in pretty much like right when we were bottoming out there. That would have been an okay exit. It would have been an exit for a loss, but the account would still be a-okay. They were tracking it themselves, yeah. Master at losing? I wish, to be honest. If I was a master at losing, all I'd have to do is inverse exactly what I'm doing, and I'd be a master at winning. But the results are too inconsistent. I think that's worse. You can call me a master of inconsistency. I think that's a worse thing than being great at losing, honestly. We haven't lost today, though, so it's kind of invalid. We might be losing, but we have not lost. I should be getting out of this at the bottom of that range. I should have gotten out at the bottom of the range. If I was still sitting in front of the damn desk, I would have seen that. But I wasn't here. Yeah, that was not a bad exit. I think we'll get another chance. Yeah, I'm just saying in general, someone comes in here being negative, just let it ride, man, because honestly, it just sort of helps the stream. Thanks for the comments. I don't care at the end of the day. But if someone's doing like some hate speech or like being offensive, then yeah, kick them out of here. Mm. And the imbalance is high. Yeah, but I kind of do it to myself by streaming, so it's just gonna happen. It used to bother me at first, but when you get a comment every single day of someone saying that you're doing something wrong, you kind of get used to it. It's actually kind of an indicator that I'm doing something right. The more negative comments I get, the better it makes me feel. So bring them on, boys. I love it. Reinforces it reinforces my confidence really in what I have going on, because generally it means you're doing something right when you get some haters up in the comments. If the masses thinks I'm doing something wrong, then I'm probably right exactly where I should be in trading. It's not the sheep who win at trading, boys. It's the wolf. It's the grizzly bear. It's the great white. I'm glad that I'm not sized in too much. Otherwise, this would sting a little bit more watching. I think we'll be okay. I think I'm probably going to have to close at a loss, but it shouldn't be for much. If anything, after this trade's done, either we're going to be in profit by a little bit, or I'll probably be down like 60 bucks or something. We'll see. Be right back, guys. All right. I'm going to probably enter on this for another one if the opportunity comes up. Let's see. That was close. Not quite there yet, though. You might see me slip back in here for a brief moment to make a re-entry. I gotta step away from the chair here, though. I'm on a different part of my desk. Uh, might be taking profit here. Or not profit. Might be taking the loss here. Waiting to see if it'll come down to the bottom. Like to the bottom, the previous bottom. On the imbalance. Oh, there we go. We spiked to it very quickly. I think we're approaching it. Yeah. That's it, boys. Close for a loss. Got to cut it. Bottom of the imbalance. And now I build a long. Let's go back the other way. We're only down 50. This is fine. I'll be back. All right, guys, I just closed out the long for a little profit. It's actually a really nice little scalp there. We're going to go back the other way now. Liquidity is topping out. Just keep on doing this, man. I'll be back. Ooh, man, we are volatile, aren't we? It's been a weird day and a very distracting day, guys. I have to keep leaving the desk. Not the most ideal trading conditions for me today on this fine Friday, but we're only down 30. It's nothing. We were up 30, now we're down 30. We've really lost really anything if we want to look at it like that in terms of the drawdown. I feel like we're doing pretty good given how much distraction I've had today. This is looking pretty good. Maybe we can actually tag into a profit here. I think we were, damn man, we were almost break even on that after that entry for the long on our previous trade. I got in long, took a little 20 point or a $20 profit, and then I got in short after, and we've been riding that for a second. If I was still here, we would be wildly in profit right now because I probably would have had 3 contracts on. I can see 2 situations to where I would have added another contract on the imbalance topping out. So that's a bummer. I was not looking at it. So in hindsight, I can see that there was definitely 2 ads there. This is what it is. Yeah, in the cash account, because the daily candle is green, I won't be taking any shorts. I'll actually just be taking longs. But this DCA method that I have here with entering on the extensions of the imbalance and this Lucid Trading prop firm account is what I'm doing. Regardless of high time frame, regardless of the volume. And man, I gotta say, the consistency of it's been blowing my damn mind. Really is wild. I need another coffee, boys. I hate when we have big pops like this. I said it right when it happened. It's going to just put us in a consolidation period for so damn long. Been consolidating for an hour and a half. Which is fine. It's just kind of annoying. That's okay. Because with consolidation comes breakouts. And I should be in the right direction for it. Yeah, if you guys didn't know, my entries actually aren't based on candles or the price action at all. In terms of price action, in terms of the actual candles on the chart. This chart is only here for y'all's sake, so you can see what the market's doing, my entry, where my exits are, where my entries are. Everything that I'm doing is based on literally that green indicator, the liquidity imbalance. I'm actually rarely even looking at the chart. I look over at it sometimes just for the curiosity of what the P&L is. But everything is really based on, my approach is based on the liquidity. Which is how I like it. The reason this is a 1-minute chart and not a daily chart or an hourly chart or a 30-minute chart is literally just for a viewing aesthetic. You guys get to watch while I trade, and you can see the market in more of a zoomed in aspect. It's purely just for viewer viewing. That's it. Oops. A couple more notches down here on this little local bottom on the imbalance, and I will tag out. Pretty happy with how I'm surviving today. Considering I think at one point we had like over 200 in drawdown. Adding to a position. But came back pretty well. And here we go. Couple legs down and I'm out. There we go. Come on, just a tad more. It's good for me. Shaving off that loss. All right, guys. I'll wait until we break another low, and then I will enter back the other way, likely. Unless we come up to the top, I'll go short again. Man, gosh dang, I feel so good with my trading right now. I've never felt this good. What a feeling. What a feeling. I'll be back. All right, here we go. Here we go. About to hop back in. And what a really good short that was. In hindsight, that thing moved 5 more points. It's getting short. maybe. If that imbalance tags the top range, I am in short. We'll see. I got like a lot of bone on my gum line. It's weird. Come on. Come on, let's go. Almost there. Nope, not at it yet. It was close. I almost got in on that. Come on. Damn it. Couldn't get the entry. I gotta be strict about the entries, otherwise I'm just over trading like crazy. Gotta make sure that these entries are precise, not size in too quick, too fast. Otherwise, then I am out of the money way too fast. When I'm wrong, I don't have any room to DCA in. Okay. Still waiting that next leg up. I'm being very picky with this entry. Damn it, man. Just so close. Just not quite at the top that I want. There was a couple good chances there, though. And there it goes. Yeah, trying to get in on that short. On the imbalance, price is coming down now. Hopefully we can come back up and find an entry. That's a bummer. That's so close. I might just settle for that high that we tagged. There's two highs here that I want to get an entry on in the imbalance. There's just this most recent one. It's like one more leg lower than the other. I don't even think it's going to make it, though. I think we're going to dump. Hmm. Hmm. Almost. So close. Damn it, man. Come on. Waiting for that pop upward on the liquidity. Here it comes. Possibly. Yeah, it's good enough for me. All right, I'm in short. Oh, and there's a further pop. Oh, that's kind of what I wanted. Got in a little early. A little bit early. We'll see how far this one goes. Ah, damn it. I had a better entry for sure. I could have saved a whole point on that entry. That's okay. I'll size in if it goes astronomically higher, which it may. Yeah, here it goes. All right, and again. Oh God, this happened earlier. How do I keep doing this? It's funny. Oh, I should have entered at the top of that. Jesus, man. Crazy extension to 200 again. Ah, I had a small window. I got to get quicker at entering on these really big wicks up. Those are so good. Those are such good reversion entries. If I close here, it's going to be probably for a small loss or maybe a small profit. We'll see. We're almost on exit. Probably going to move back into consolidation again. Fun. These pops are wild, man. I've been in on both of these really big pops. I've been in on the trades, but not the right way. It's kind of funny. There's such good opportunity to catch that extension on the imbalance. I had probably a 3-second window to enter on that run up to 200 for a short, and I just did not quite tag it. Hesitated. I just need like 2 legs down here, one more, and then I'm gonna exit. There it is. I actually made profit, believe it or not. It was like only $2 in profit, but we out. Look for another entry here. It's going to be an entry on a long, if we can extend down a little bit lower, but at least I'm out of that trade. That was a pretty dangerous one. We saw, I don't know, I should have played that a lot better. I should have been in on that massive jump. Made like $1.50 after being down like 80. The beauty of no stop loss, guys. I'll be right back. Gotta go get a drink. I think I might make a coffee, actually. I'm gonna let the dust settle on this. Nothing makes any sense because the imbalance pops so damn hard, so I'll be back.
Connection lost.
Well, I just so happened to come back right when a setup formed. That is amazing. Oh my god, dude, no way. Right when I walk in, I swear. We get in at the top. God, dude, if this dumps right here, it's gonna be so great. Yeah, I'm like walking around the corner and I'm like, oh damn, we're topped out. We were further than this even. It just hadn't stabilized yet. It's a good entry. That's a good entry. Boys, I've got something special. And it's called a fresh cup of coffee. Oh, yeah. Dude, let's come off these all-time highs. Wouldn't that be something else? I don't want to toot my own horn, but damn. I've been doing really well today managing this account. With how much loss and drawdown we've seen, I think I've composed myself better than I ever have. I feel pretty good about it. I don't want to toot my horn, but I must give myself credit for certain things when it's due. I'm mostly just talking to myself. But just made a fresh cup myself. Hell yeah, dude. Coffee bros. Everybody needs to go make a cup of coffee right now and hang out. Look at that freaking entry, dude. I seriously don't. I don't know. I'm not one to tell anybody that they need to use certain indicators to trade well. But I will say that of everything I've ever done in trading over the course of 3 years, which has been quite a lot now, I've never seen something so precise. Does it require a lot of patience? Is there setups constantly? Yes and no. Crazy patience. There's not setups all the time. When there is, though, it's pretty good. I mean, we've traded a good amount today. So there's enough setups to, I guess, scratch your trade itch. We are profitable now, boys. We are up $2. We are in the money. Break even. We're pretty much at our exit. I'm gonna have to exit and go long. See, one thing about this approach that some people may find difficult, I don't know if I've just gotten better at the patience game, but I can speculate here and be like, oh, we're actually dumping pretty good. The imbalance has bottomed out, but I think we're gonna move more, right? But I don't know that. I just know that it's bottomed out. I should take my profit or I should be exiting if I was in from the top. I don't know if it's going to move further. What I do know is it's at an overextended point. So instead of speculating and thinking that I'm going to be able to call something crazy, I just exit when I'm right. Bro, what's your edge goal? I think at this point my edge is just patience. I think I am getting pretty good at waiting for the best possible setups that I can. At this point, we've been trading really well the past week. The sessions have been good this week. Didn't get to the bottom I wanted. Didn't exit, not yet. Casey, I'm not looking for any sort of like win rate. In fact, the win rate on a per trade basis really just has nothing to do with anything. It could be taking $2 in profit, $100 in profit, $50 in profit, $2 in loss, $100 in loss. I don't know. What matters to me is if I'm ending the session green or red. And what's the percentage? What's the win rate? What's the lose rate on a per session basis? Because my problem is how the trade gets managed. It's not following the approach. I don't care what the approach's win rate is. It's irrelevant data to me. Backtesting is key. Yeah, it depends on what kind of backtesting. If you're going back in time and replaying data and forward testing an approach, I'd still consider that probably like a forward test. When I think backtest, I think of, okay, here's an automated trade tool. Here's the rules. Here's this. Okay, go. 20,000 trades taken. Here's the spit out win rate. Here's the loss rate. All that's so unrealistic because it has nothing to do with the human brain. There's no trade management there. It's too robotic. So I think there is a wrong way to look at certain approaches and how they get tested. You can't say a forward test isn't better than a back test. Yeah, it also doesn't account for slippage half the time. When you backtest something with like fixed parameters like that and just run it, it's under the assumption that almost every entry is like perfect. There's no hesitation. It's as if you're comparing human brain results to that of a bot that's trading for you. So I think the backtesting thing is just some fake fantasy stuff that the brokers have in play for us to just brainwash us even more about something that works that probably doesn't really work that well. Because the issue is us, it's not usually the approach. Let's be real, man. We can all use hundreds of different approaches to the market and be good at it. But we will not all be profitable at it. The way the trade is managed is so crucial. It's very broad, but I say this almost every day. I feel like this stream isn't about sharing something that I want other people to use. That's kind of confusing, right? So what's the point of me streaming it? Well, it's cool to hold myself accountable, having an audience to hold myself accountable, streaming, building a community in a space that's really lonely, trying to get better at something. My goal here is not to share consistent results so other people can do what I'm doing, because I don't believe that's how trading works. This is entertainment, guys. It's the same reason you'd watch basketball. I don't know. It's entertainment, but it's actual trading. It's not fake baloney. Casey, there's certain things that you can't just backtest. Sounds like you're referring to the method of just plugging in parameters and letting it test like 20,000 results or something. It'd be impossible to do a backtest on the liquidity. It changes too much every day. It's very subjective to the current session. I don't think there's a backtester out there that would be able to read that and actually spit out results. I can go back in time and play forward, maybe speed it up and play forward and forward test, but in terms of a backtest, I think backtests are great if you're wanting to like test maybe some moving averages, maybe like a VWAP or something, build a strategy off that. I think it's a pretty known thing in the overall trade community that backtesting is very unrealistic. I have tried. I've played around with a backtester here in Ninja Trader. They have one built in. There's no way I can take the daily liquidity imbalance data and backtest it. There's not a system to do that. If you know one or you find one, let me know. But highly doubt it. Yeah, I think there is a lot to be learned on the live stream here, but it has nothing to do with like what approach you should be using. Maybe some fundamentals, maybe some examples of things that happen that are a result of certain things, certain emotional management. I don't know. You guys are seeing it all live, raw, fully transparent, so you can kind of take it how you want. Kind of like a human guinea pig right now. More out of that bottom. Here we go. Adding another contract. Two contracts in. At least you'd know the repetition. No, you'd know the repetition from forward testing. You get 0 repetitions from back testing, dude. If you think you're getting reps from back testing, you're sadly mistaken. And it's not often that I like say someone's wrong, because I don't believe anyone's necessarily wrong, like with their approach or how they view things in the market, because everyone's perception is different. But backtesting is not reps, my friend. Backtesting is a fake fantasy of unrealistic results of an approach. It's a nice baseline to maybe understand some very general metrics, but yeah, I would not ever have expectations of backtesting results and the real-time results. That's just a known thing in the trade community. If you don't know that already, I feel like you will, especially when you put it forth in the market. You might be using the term wrong, though. I might be misinterpreting what you're saying. You're just a perfect trader, huh? Right, Ted. No mistakes. I'll be like you one day. We're working on it. Here we go. Really good dump. Good enough. I'll get to this safer leg down here. That's probably like a 10,000 level or something. Liquidity imbalance bottoms out. Yeah, I'll take it right there. Need a little bit more juice. 2 more notches down. I'm looking at the liquidity imbalance. I don't care what the P&L is. Oh, not quite yet. 2 more notches, right? Yeah. Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. I can't agree about the backtest thing. I think me and most of the trade community that are actually decent at trading would say that backtesting is wildly inaccurate. Unless you're using a bot, your brain is not going to replicate those results. I'm sorry. Without trying. Oh, this is our exit. Bam. Came down perfect. Yes. 30 in profit. We're back in the green. Cool. All right, man. That second entry was really nice. The first one, I mean, it's kind of insane to think that the first contract called the little dump. I don't care if it was 5 or 10 points or whatever it was. It worked. The second one worked perfect too. The extensions, man. Oh, man, dude. It's feeling good, guys. Feeling good. I have done backtesting stuff before, Casey. I really have. I got to experience actually firsthand how brainwashing a backtest can be. It creates a bunch of false expectations for something that isn't. You apply it in the real-time market with your real-time brain, not your hindsight brain. Yeah, I'm sorry. There's almost nothing I'll ever say that anyone's wrong about how they view certain things in trading, but backtesting it's not that beneficial unless you're bot trading with an algorithm. Yeah, I mean, that makes sense to a degree, Philip. Maybe the way that people interpret what a backtest is different. Why not take it up there after the exit? I will. I'm waiting on for it to get up to the top. Let me ask you guys this, because I interpret a backtest being a backtester on a chart platform where you say, when this does this, do this. Okay, hit play, set the time range, 2 years, 20,000 trades, here's the result. Great if you want a very generalized, ground level baseline idea of something, but relying too heavily on what those results are can be dangerous in the real-time market. See, I think we interpret it different, I think. That's what I'm referring to whenever you're saying backtest. If you're referring to going back, replaying data, and then practice trading your approach, that's not even, I wouldn't even consider that a backtest. I'd still consider that a forward test. That's what it sounds like. We're just interpreting it in different ways. I wouldn't consider, if I was like, okay, let me go back a month. Okay, bam, replayer, play. I don't know what's going to happen in front of me. I trade my system. I mean, you're going back in time, but I don't think that would be a back test because your actions are still human-like. Oh, shoot. Give me 1 second. I got you, Philip. Yo, thanks again for the eval, dude. This has been it's been interesting, I gotta say. This has actually the drawdown has allowed me to see some potential in what I've been doing that I didn't see before because of the drawdown. Like it's just opened up the room. You know, I'm not as locked in, not as locked into this box. That is the beauty of prop firms, guys. Having drawdown you otherwise wouldn't have access to in a cash account, and also having the leverage and size that you otherwise probably wouldn't have in a cash account unless you had a significant amount of cash in the account. These margin requirements can get pretty hefty. If you're trading just one mini in a cash account, generally during the intraday, the margin requirement's about $1,000. You can average between 40 and 80 bucks on an eval, get funded, and go to town. But like anything, trading's risky. Like anything in trading, it can be risky. You can still go unhinged and pay for 200 evals in a week if you don't know how to control yourself. So they made some changes recently. Really? That's funny, dude. I love how all the prop firms are like, oh, they did this? Oh, damn it, we gotta do it too. Gotta do it too. They're pulling our people. Didn't Top Step get really weird about payouts? I remember there was a period to where they were starting to feel kind of like Apex. Like they were denying people a lot more. There was something that came out. It was a while back. But that kind of killed their reputation a little bit for a while. I think iMan Trading even stopped promoting them because of what happened, which is kind of a big deal. Someone who's been in that space for too long, or so long. Golden trade silvers? Oh, really? Yeah, I bet. Because they were just longing it and sitting in it all day, right? That's really interesting. I mean, if you're confident enough about like a commodity or something, and it truly is just a wild bull run, I can see how a prop firm would get like destroyed if people were all just going to that instrument. Gold and silver was kind of a certain thing. They denied traders who were hedging. How are they hedging? Do you know? I mean, that's kind of a thing universally in the prop firm space, though, I thought. Mm-hmm. Oh, bro. I don't even think I posted up that I was live, dude. Well, I didn't say it to everybody in the Discord, did I? I didn't. Lucid's been the best experience so far. Yeah. If you look at prop firms as a means of a tool and you don't abuse them, then I think they can be great. But if you do abuse them and you do not abide by the rules, it can be dangerous. That's the one thing that props really want you to do. They want you to abuse things. They give you more size than you need. Why do you think that? It's because you can over leverage your balls off and fail accounts, and guess what? You're buying another. The whole business model of a prop firm is to get people to buy evals and fail them and buy them again. Prop firms aren't making money from their funded traders. They're making money from people continuously failing evaluations. And if they're not failing an evaluation, they're failing something else, and then they're buying another evaluation. They're making tons of money on that. So as long as you understand that it is a tool and the odds are sort of stacked against you if you do not play it somewhat safe, it can be dangerous. They punish people for being too aggressive. Sure, you can get a pass really quick. That's fine. There's a reason why they let you go to 2 minis with only 1,000 in drawdown or 2,000 in drawdown. PDT rule? What's the PDT rule? The pattern day trader rule that's been around for like 40 years? You know they changed that, right? Like settlement periods? Settlement periods are only T+1 now. They used to be like T+3. That means that you could take 1 day trade Monday, and then by Tuesday, your funds have already settled, so you won't get a good faith violation. Damn it, I got in a little bit too late. I think that's still okay though. Dropping down to 2K? They're dropping the 25K limit down to 2K? Is that true? Yeah, this market's getting insane. Why do you think that's going to be a bad thing? I didn't even know about that. That's what? They're really changing the pattern day trader rule from 2K to, or from 25 to 2K? Our market is about to get so volatile. Oh my god. That is that's actually scary, dude. What? How did I not know about this? Holy shit, I mean, if that's true, that's massive. Can someone is that true, Philip? Yeah, I heard about that too. Somebody was saying, DTX was saying that. He was talking about doing stock futures. I didn't know that was a thing or even coming. I guess I wasn't following some of the stock trading news. I don't know what the hell I've been doing. Well, dudes, I may not be futures trading here in the near future. Yeah, that's so wild. I thought you were just speaking nonsense, Rowan. I didn't know that was a thing. So they changed the settlement periods to be T+1, which already creates more volatility in the market. We've seen the volatility since that went into effect too. The markets have been wildly more volatile. I mean, we are under the reign of the Donnie Trump show, so the markets are already going to be wild, but what the hell, dude? When did they pass this? That is insane to me. They want the market to be more volatile. If you're a day trader, this is actually exciting stuff, though. It means that as long as they don't go back on those rules in the future, when we have a slow market, like just a consolidating market, like Trump is gone. When Trump is gone, the market will likely not return what it has under his presidency. Likely not. I don't know. That's my speculation. It could be, I don't know, some weak returns every year, or we could be extremely flat. Very boring, slow grinding market. But with that creates a lot of liquidity, man. Beginning of the week. Do you think that maybe they're doing that because they anticipate that the market is going to be really slow after Trump? Because it might be, dude. It might come to a screeching halt. Like, not in a good way. Like, imagine a market to where we're not really bullish or bearish. We're just in ranges all the time. That would be fine. You could read the hell out of that, I guess. What if it was just mind-numbingly slow? Has there ever been a time that anyone saw that? I cannot believe that, dude. This is kind of getting crazy. The betting market scene right now is going wild. You got Kalshi market. You got Poly market. You can bet in states that have illegal online betting because it's like a loophole because they're using futures somehow, some way for predictive betting. Predictive markets isn't considered gambling in the eyes of, I guess, the FTC or something. I don't know. Really interesting. And then we have this now. There's just so much accessibility to trading. Short term. Are we going to be in some weird dystopian thing in like 20 years where no one has jobs anymore and we're all just trading the market? It's going to be like Ready Player One, but we're all just on stock charts. I'm actually really excited for that and very concerned. Being able to trade individual stocks like Nvidia or those very large caps, that's going to be interesting. It's going to be more risky than futures. When you're trading the S&P 500, at least you're trading the S&P 500 index. It's a little bit more diversified than if you were to just trade futures of Nvidia or Apple or Google or Microsoft. I mean, damn, dude, they have one bad like news wrap headline that comes out. But then again, maybe it's easier because you're only focusing on one thing instead of 500. It's not diversified. It's easier to read because it's easier to follow. I don't know, man. Market's going to be a weird place. Is long-term investing even going to be worth it anymore? I mean, the history has to repeat itself. If anything, in the long term, it should always still be good. Oh man, boys, we're getting crushed. I don't know if I want to add to this. I should. I mean, we overextended really well. It's 208. Man, we have nothing today. We've traded a lot, and we're just pretty much break even. Yeah, I've heard of that concept before, Marquise. It's interesting. Yeah, who knows? Maybe it'll be more volatile because things will just simply be more uncertain. Trump is all about optimism in the market all the time. The market has barely tapered down under his presidency, and when it did, the guy was literally tweeting to buy it, which should say a lot. I'm going to get in on another contract. I'm waiting on a pretty big pop. All of those are really good ads, though. $2,000 to day trade. It's so strange. I remember whenever I was younger, like way younger, like 18 years old, looking into this stuff and being like, damn, 25,000 to be able to just do whatever I want. Can't get that. Yeah, I've said this on stream before. I said this years ago on stream, technically, that his Truth Social posts are literally like the best indicator to use in the stock market because it literally moves the market. If you were patient enough to just wait for one of his overly optimistic rants about the market, or he's never really said anything negative about it. He only tried to prop it up every time it went down. But yeah, man, it would have been a really good indication to play it. It's crazy it's legal, but I don't know. It's social media. Say what you want, I guess. I'm going to see if we can bust over 2. Oh, there's the 2 rejection. Man, that was a good entry too. Come on, let's pop. I'm not adding. Although I should. I'm trying to be really picky. Damn it. Here it is. Oh, I'm in with another contract. A little bit later than I want to be. We'll see what we do here. Coming off the top. I waited and waited. I feel like I built this up okay. I think most of the day has been short. It's been a lot more topping out than bottoming out, that's for sure. We built into some longs too. Yeah. Well, I'm here for what happens. I'd love to end green, but if we don't, so be it. I think we'll be okay, boys. I think we got it. At least back down. Maybe that 80 area or something. Let's see what the imbalance does. 3 contracts, decent amount of size. I've yet to run into a big problem with a very large loss with this approach. That is yet to happen. I think we're somewhere around 80 trades. Maybe. Yeah, probably. No, not that much. Maybe 50. You think the market will start ripping? The indicator of the liquidity imbalance at the very bottom of the chart right there, or the very bottom of your screen, is bottomed out. I'll exit. I'll exit even if it's in loss. And then I'll build back the other way. The idea is to not exit in loss, but if it pans out that way because it takes too long, then so be it. My exit strategy is simply based on the extension of the liquidity. That's it. Hasn't failed me yet. Even holding through massive loss. Somehow we keep coming back out. Two heavies. Yeah, my idea for this approach in the DCA method is I can't go in with too much too quick, because then I have no ammo for whenever I'm wrong about the entry to DCA again. Entering 2 contracts at that top, of course now we have hindsight, so we know that it pulled down, but in the moment, in real time, if I did that and it was wrong, I would be in a way worse place in terms of where my entry would be if I just waited and added another contract on the move up further. But we could, shoulda, coulda, woulda all day, you know? We could always do that, but it's irrelevant. That's the way I see it. 67 and 14. Yeah, I mean, I'm not listening to you, but I'll give some input on some comments. I'm down with that. Yeah, man, say what you want. As long as you guys aren't offensive to people in the community or spouting off a bunch of vulgar toxicity, I don't care what you say. Tell me I suck. I don't care. At the end of the day, you would just be validating exactly what this content's about. Sucking. I never claimed to be consistent or profitable or good at trading. And if that's what you think, you're mistaken. Your impression's wrong. It's about a journey. It's about the good and bad. And it's about the transparency. It's about a real case of how trading is, not could be, from some fake fallacy from a guru, okay? The trend had a good break, though. In hindsight, sure. It did have a good break. I don't know if you guys noticed, but I'm against hindsight. I don't give two bologna crackers, whatever that is, little lunchable pack, little bologna, little cracker, little cheese slice. Here we go. Let's go. Let's get this profit. 12,000, 11.5. Where am I getting out at? Three more legs down. Yeah, I'm okay with that. 1, 2, 3 more legs. Somewhere around 11.5. I think I might play this one safe, guys. I don't know. Oh, here we go. We're almost there. Just 2 more legs. I got the wick down. Yeah, that's the safe one. 2 more legs down. When I say legs, I just mean a couple notches. If you're looking at the horizontal lines there on the liquidity imbalance. And we're almost there. Okay, we're good. I saw it spike down. I'll take it. It was like 15 in profit. It's not much. But here's what I'm going to do is we are going to build into probably a long position now at the bottom. And I just might. Actually, I am. I'm throwing in on the cash account. Throwing in on the cash account if we can come down a little bit more. Just this next leg down. A little more. Nope, we're red. Never mind. You know what, though? I'm going to go back. Building into a long now. It's not with the cash account. But we are going to build back into a long. This is still with the Lucid Trading account. I was going to go cash account, but I didn't like the way the volume looked. Cash account is extremely strict. I am not trying to enter any trades unless there's a conjunction with the volume itself. I don't care about it here in the Lucid prop account. I'm just DCAing into some imbalanced scalps. That's how we're playing that. I think I've done a pretty damn good job today at calling the direction here based on that. Just being patient and waiting for those A+ setups here, overextensions of the imbalance. A couple more legs down, I'll get in again. Yeah, see how bottomed out the liquidity is in the time frame I'm viewing? If I continued to hold my short, it'd be a little silly because at this point, I'm trying to build into a long. Why would I be holding the inverse out of favor direction for the setup? That doesn't make sense. So that's exactly why it's my exit strategy. Guys, I actually feel like I stumbled into my calling for trading. I've never felt like this. In the 3 straight years I've been doing this live, I can confidently say in this moment, I almost said January, April 24th, 2026 at 2:27 p.m., I think I've discovered the holy grail of scalping approaches for me. I'm not saying that is for you guys or anyone else, but for me, this makes the most sense trading. I'm able to make the most sense of my trading than I have ever in the past. I'll say that. I'll mark that today. I don't know if I've ever even said that live about anything. Let it go down in the MCOT history books. Today is the day I realize how I can execute the markets. I don't know why it works so well with me, with my brain, maybe my patience aspect, maybe it's like a good mix of the discipline. I don't know. Maybe I've just turned a new leg. Maybe I am finally understanding the value of patience. Something's different, majorly, about my trading over this week. This has been a monumental week in my trading journey. It really has. And why? This is Bookmap. Bookmap is just essentially a third-party analysis tool for level 2 data. You're seeing buy delta, sell delta, volume delta, whatever you want to call it. These bubbles, guys, are 5-minute volume delta bubbles. That means when the bubble is red within the time period that I have specified, which is 5 minutes, that means there's more selling than buying in the 5-minute period. If it's green, it means there's more buying than selling in the 5-minute period. The liquidity imbalance, which is called liquidity tracker, is the green indicator down there that's showing us in real time what the liquidity imbalance is. This is derived from the order book. Let it be known that the volume bubbles are filled orders. That's volume that's executed on the market. The liquidity imbalance is derived from the order book. The order book is representing unfilled orders, but gives us a good representation of supply and demand. And I'm using that representation to make my entries. I'm being really strict here with my re-entries. I'm a little scared. If I'm being honest, I shouldn't be scared because I have not really had a bad trade in the prop firm account. If you guys see 300 in loss in the unrealized, well, I'm sizing into positions for pivots. If I'm wrong, I'm DCAing. The DCA method is very dangerous and it can slide on you very fast, very quickly. If you're playing reversions and it trends against you and you're adding to it, you're adding to a losing trade. Take that how you want. It's fine for me because of the approach I'm using. I'm intentionally adding to the losing trade with the notion that eventually the imbalance is going to turn like it always does when it tops out and when it bottoms out. The imbalance does not just continue to overextend through the bottom, and it doesn't do it through the top. At some point, it turns. Just like anything. It's not like the market goes straight up or straight down. It could go down 500 points, but there's still going to be some notches back the other way. I don't know, man. I can make so much sense of trading right now. It's mind-blowing to me. I've never been able to do this. I've seriously never felt this clear about trading. Actually, it feels so clear I could cry right now. If you've been a follower of the channel for a long time, I've shown a lot of loss, man, and pain. That's the point of this channel. I want to show the transparency of this. I want to show how terrible trading can actually be. In fact, I think trading is so terrible and so terribly taxing. I don't even recommend anybody do it. Like publicly. I used to talk about trading with like friends and stuff or family, and I don't even do it anymore. I just say if you want financial advice, just put your money into VU and leave it there for 40 years. It's like the best financial advice anyone could tell you. Invest in an index fund and just leave it there for decades. Of course, I don't know anything. This is all entertainment purposes only, okay? I'm not a financial advisor. Please see description for disclaimer. Yeah. Oh, man. I'm at that point, Marquise, to where, you know how I mentioned when something does really good, it feels very dangerous. And you start riding this dopamine high. You start riding this dopamine high. You feel so happy. You feel so happy you could cry, even, like what I just described. That's the old brain, man. That's the brain releasing those feel-good chemicals and giving you a reward because you feel like you just discovered something that has significant value. That's the dangerous cyclical, if that's a word. I don't know. It sounds right. Cycle that happens in our brains when we find an approach and the approach works okay for a little bit. We feel like we've discovered a gold mine. That's what keeps you trading. That's what keeps you trading the approach until something detrimental happens. And then you go, yeah, you know what? Yeah, this approach isn't as good as I thought. This other thing, though, this other thing is great. You know, like this is freaking amazing. This is working so good. Oh my God, I found it. And then guess what? It stops working, and you're like, you know what? I think there's a better approach, and it's this. It's working so well. Oh my God, I found it. Until it doesn't work anymore. I think that's what most people are stuck in trading. It makes perfect sense to just keep hopping approaches. It's so easy to do it too. I've done it so many times. I don't know if anything's ever stuck with me like Bookmap has. Not for this long. If you were following at the end of last year, I was messing around with this very heavily, but sim trading it in December and November. I barely even streamed. I might have only streamed like a week or something, like within that 3-month period. I was just practicing this. Of course, it looked a lot different. I looked at the volume and the heat map and the resistance and the support and all of that within the heat map itself. But the liquidity tracker and the volume bubbles was always there. When I first attempted playing around with this data, I was using real cash. And I was out of town, actually. I had my laptop. I decided, you know what, dude, I'm just tired of doing what I'm doing. It's just inconsistent. It's not working. I want to see different data. I want to see more of a level 2 sort of view. I don't know. Which I was already kind of looking at with NinjaTrader and the order flow depth of market thing we were using for a while with those brackets, with those limit orders coming in. Anyway, I found inconsistency with that and discovered Bookmap, and I shit you not, it was not but like the first or second day I was messing around with cash, real cash, and I got really comfortable with it, and I was scalping, and somehow in a single day I turned it was like an $80 cash account into $400. Eventually I got overconfident and lost it. But that was very eye-opening to just be like, what the hell? Why was this working so well? And I didn't really find that again. It just felt like I was in tune with everything that was going on. It made sense to me. I guess it's like what Mark Douglas would say is like trading in the zone or whatever. But anyway, since then on, I've been really interested in Bookmap's data. And yeah, this is really interesting. I trust the indicator enough to DCA into what's not correct. Like if I get in on a bottom out or a top out of the imbalance or an extension on the top or bottom, I feel confident enough about the reversion that I just keep DCAing into it, and it's just worked every time. Of course, we're not like hundreds of trades in, but we're about 60-ish. And this is just, of course, in a prop firm account. So there's a little more drawdown than like in a cash account. It's gambling. That's why you get ads from gambling sites as soon as you search anything about trading. Yeah, there's probably a little bit of luck involved, but I had a system. I had practiced a system with Bookmap a little bit before I did that. I was just simply following the data. I was using the imbalance even at that time, this imbalance liquidity tracker, but I used to actually look at the bid and the ask. It was kind of weird. I used to look at the bid and the ask and wait for the imbalance to cross the bid or the ask, but then I realized that that had nothing to do with anything. It didn't matter if they crossed. They were all different metrics. The imbalance is just showing the difference of the bid and the ask. That's it. So the imbalance is truly the only thing I needed to look at. But I don't know, I created kind of a similar system whenever I was using that cash, and it was topping out of the imbalance, resistance, bottoming out of the imbalance, support, trying to make entries when it broke for an overextension, and then using the volume in confluence with that. I've been doing that in the cash account that I currently have, and those results are in the Discord, guys. You can check that out. It doesn't cost anything to join the community. I'm not charging people to join the Discord. That's stupid. So yeah, a little bit of inconsistency in those results, though. I still need to collect a lot more data. I'll just say the past 3 sessions I've had, I've never seen the market so clear. It's not every day that we feel like that. I think it's worthy to note. Like I want to be able to look back in this and be like, why was I such in tune with it? $245 into 100K. Well, we're actually not even 245, guys. If you look in the top right, I'm down. I'm net negative right now in the cash account. So we got a little bit of ways to come back. We're still in this long. It's working out now. Took some time for the reversion. Could have probably added a couple contracts to it, but I'm being a little cautious, guys, if I'm being honest. I'm being a little cautious on the ads on the DCA, so 1 contract it is for now, unless we come down. You can look back on today's back testing. I can look back on today's forward test. That's how my brain sees it. Don't spark that back up again. What am I trading? S&P 500 index futures MES. Oh, sorry guys, it's probably loud. Shit. I think you asked me that yesterday. Are you a trader? I don't even know. That's what I'm doing right now. I don't know if I can give myself the title of trader. until I'm consistently profitable. Until I can tell somebody to their face, like, yeah, I make a living trading the financial markets. Hell yeah, Marquise. Yeah, the live account is dormant. If I can react quick enough, which we had one really good setup today. And remember, I tried to switch. I don't know if you were watching. I tried to switch to the live account. The setup was there. The bubble was there. We bottomed out on the imbalance. We had a really nice green bubble. But as soon as I was even able to get to the point to where I was clicking to switch the account, the imbalance already moved too far. And I didn't feel good about it. So I just didn't take it. 60% winning ratio or what? I have no idea. Like I said before, guys, I don't care what the approach's win rate is. I do truly think it's irrelevant sometimes for an approach's win rate to be accounted for. I'm not using a take profit or a stop. My win rate doesn't really matter. My risk and my reward is solely based on the data that I'm given based on the imbalance. I exit this trade when the imbalance tops out in the given time frame I'm looking at, because I'm long. At the moment, in the moment, I don't know how you say that. The moment that the market begins to build a setup for a single given direction or reversion, I close my current trade if it doesn't make sense. That means that if I'm long off of an extension on the bottom side of the imbalance and we get to the top, I'm not going to say, oh, we could move further. We could move further. That's speculation. I'm just guessing. I don't know if we're going to move further, but what I do know is the imbalance is at a top range where it's been before and reversioned before. So I close the trade. And then I start building into the other position. I get in at an overextended level. Let's say the overextension extends even further. We trend up further or down further, whichever direction it is. I'm wrong. I add another contract. Oh, I'm wrong again. I add another contract. The imbalance can't just keep going up forever. At some point, there's an inversion. Reversion. Pivot the other way. At some point, it happens. Does that mean I'm going to be in profit every time? No. I might be in this trade for an hour, and my exit might be wildly different than it was 30 minutes ago, based on what the data says. I might be closing in loss, and that's okay, because then I just build back the other way. I'm just flowing with the market. That's it. Flowing with the market's imbalance. Imbalance flowing. What should I call that? I don't know. I call it liquidity imbalance reversion. Yeah, I generally don't rely on just the inversion or the liquidity imbalance, though. I usually only enter when it's aligned with the volume. That's what I'm doing in the cash account, which we've taken no trades in. For the prop firm account, it's a little different dynamically. I have so much drawdown that I'm able to build into a position by dollar cost averaging into the reversion itself. I don't really care what the volume's doing at that point. And that's been working pretty well. I mean, I can't complain. I'm kind of waiting on this to eventually suck. It's worrying me a little bit that it hasn't yet. I've said this in the past. It's dangerous when something works too well too quick. Load in and run it. I will. I'll load in some more if we get down further. I want that imbalance to almost break to a new low before I add another contract. I don't want to just keep adding contracts at the low. I want to be wrong about my entry. I want a dollar cost average into a much further slide than where I got in. And the only way that that's going to happen is generally if the imbalance extends further than where I entered. Vibe trading. That's what I'm talking about, dude. Yeah, we vibing. We're vibe trading. We're trading in the zone. I got Mark Douglas right next to me. We're trading. No, I'm just kidding. Rest in peace, Mr. Mark Douglas. He was a pioneer of psychological trading. I think he did pass away. I'm not entirely sure why he's famous, other than just coming out with a book that was kind of successful. Maybe he was like a floor trader that was really good. Been there, done that. Not for me. I don't care, dude. At this point, I don't care what the market does. I don't care what these candles do. All I care about is where the imbalance is. Are we in the middle of the imbalance? Are we at the top of the imbalance, or are we in the bottom? If we're in the middle, I don't do anything. There's no setup for me. It's guessing. That's the way I see it. The imbalance is somewhere in the middle of the range that we're currently looking at in the given time frame, which is 30 minutes, that I have selected as a good means of zoom in or out, however you want to look at it in terms of the data, because at the end of the day, we have to figure out how much data we want to look at. That's going to kind of determine how you perceive the market. And this is a good balance for me. You disagree with what? The time frame has impact on how you perceive the market. DCA is a 50-50 trap. I like to step up my trades on winners. Yeah, but I think what people are probably missing when I do this DCA, obviously I'm not doing this in the cash account. I don't have the drawdown for it. I'm DCAing into something I would be entering in on anyway, on the imbalance. It's almost like after I've entered, I've already forgot that I entered. And if we extend further and there's a setup, then I just enter on the setup that I would otherwise be in on anyway. It's not like oh shoot, I'm wrong. Let me keep adding to this to mitigate some of my losses. I'm just adding contracts because the imbalance keeps extending. The way I see it, and the thing that makes sense to me, is I'm just making my setup sweeter and sweeter and sweeter. You know how whenever you make a really good entry and it's just perfect? I'm kind of chasing that from the imbalance. At some point, I'm going to build into a position that's pretty strong for the reversion. That's the concept. I'm not saying it's always going to work. I mean, just in the past 2 days, we've seen, just today even, we were down like $250 on one of the trades because the reversion just simply took quite a while. We kept extending. I think there's a guessing. I don't think you've been watching, man. I'm not guessing. Everything that I'm doing has nothing to do with the price action on the candles itself. It has everything to do with just the imbalance. There's no guessing there. There's literal rules to the entry. If I was guessing, I'd already be at 10 contracts. I get y'all's point, but I can't argue that the imbalance has been a great tool for reversion. Even if I lost and blew the account up right now, it still already had a pretty good track record. I get it though. I get the input that some of you guys make. But at the end of the day, man, no one has the same brain. If trading was as simple as just doing what everyone thought you should do, why wouldn't we all just be wildly profitable? Most people in the space are not. Oh, Rowan. We're almost there. We're almost to exit. The time frame has flipped a little bit. Our exit is going to be a little different than it was 30 minutes ago. We've been in this trade for quite some time. We've been in this trade for almost 30 minutes even. All right, that was actually my exit. Yeah, we're good. Okay, I'm out. A little more profit. I don't even know what that was. What was the P&L on that? I don't think it was much. Today's been pretty back and forth. But I will say, man, like, I think we lost one time. It was like a bigger loss that I had to take. I can't even remember. We took so many trades, 27 in commission. So I think we took like 16 trades or 16 contracts. Certainly could add more, but I gotta listen to it. Coulda, shoulda, woulda, right? Used to help crypto traders. YouTube's exhausting. Trading's exhausting. It's all exhausting. I'm pretty happy with these results today. It's a sweep. It's an orange. It's an apple. It's a... It's all games, guys. I don't mean to... I don't mean to ever come off as too abrasive about anything. I don't think anyone's ever doing anything necessarily wrong in trading. I think that's something for you to figure out. What might work for me doesn't work for you. What works for you might not work for me. If trading a simple approach worked for me and it worked for everyone else, then everyone would just be copying the best trader in the world and everyone would be best traders in the world. But that's just not, it's not how it works. Just because you can shoot the basketball like LeBron James doesn't mean you can play like LeBron James. Just because you can take the same looking shot doesn't mean you're going to execute it the same way in the game. Nonetheless, though, I appreciate you guys for tuning in. It's been cool chatting. Are we going to get a short here right at the end of the day? We might. If we bump up over, I might tag into a short. I kind of do have a setup here, up here, tagging this top range. Screw it, dude. Gonna do it. It's a setup. I'm gonna play it. It's about the end of the day. I almost told myself to just lock it up, but I don't know. We got the play. We'll see what happens. We're in with one contract. If we keep extending, I'll keep adding. Wonder if the market pops over this on close. It popped up on the imbalance. To break through the top of the imbalance, so I'm expecting it to come down. And down it goes. Briefly. Just trying to learn more, you know how it is. I subbed. Thanks, man. Yeah, man, I if you're trying to learn in the content space, dude, I would be very careful. I don't want to toot my own horn. I'm glad you found my channel. I'm not selling you courses in baloney, but most of them are. So if they're selling something, please be cautious. If they're selling anything, be cautious. I sell coffee cups and I have a couple affiliated links to a coffee shop. Ninja Trader, the broker and platform I'm using right in front of you, as well as Bookmap. We're not really selling anything per se here, and that's the intention. If anyone's selling anything, a subscription, a chat, an alert, a seminar, a website that you go to where they're like, look at my PDF course, it's free, and then, well, you want the extra golden course? Well, it's going to cost you $15 a month.
Trade instrument by 200.
There it is, I told you. Well, the imbalance indicator called it very well, didn't it? Anyway, man, be careful out there. Everybody in here, if you're ever watching someone in the content space that's selling anything, be skeptical, please. It's too easy to fake trades. Literally, both of the accounts that you see in front of you that I'm showing, even these can be faked. It's not hard to change the names of things and put some sim dollars in it and act like you're trading. And if you don't have the time and the date or anything in front of you when you're watching such individual, how do you know what they're trading if you don't have the running account balance too? Running account balance, current time, current date. If those things are not there on screen, you're probably getting swindled and scammed. It's a very big problem in this space. Please be careful. Yeah, I'll keep on holding. We'll see what happens. I got selling volume coming in. That's good. It's sad, bro. Yeah, it's very sad. It's sad that so many people are so naive in trading that they actually fall for it. I don't know what's more sad, the people that are falling for it or the trade gurus that are just scamming people. It's kind of both sad. Rowan, going back to the, I don't know, you mentioned some comment about entries on guessing. I was talking about if I was to get into the imbalance in the middle of the range, like in the middle of all the chop, that would be guessing. That's what I was referring to. Sorry, I meant to clear that up. I'm only getting in at the extensions on the tops and the bottoms because the market has a way of rebalancing itself when the imbalance has extended too far. I gotta say though, man, I don't know what the win rate is on this, but from a per trade basis, it's been pretty good. Like I said before, or not per trade basis, sorry, per session basis. This is the third day in a row that we're ending green, and it feels pretty damn good. And we're taking it slow. We're not over leveraging here. It feels nice. I am genuinely curious. I don't really care that much about a per trade basis win rate, but where's the trade performance? Oops. 60 trades. Oh shit. Don't break on me, please. We've taken 59 trades. 63% win rate, in case anyone cares. But that's so general. It's so general because I don't know, I'm adding into these trades. I might take a $2 profit on a 3 trade position setup. So I don't know, that data can get kind of skewed. I only really care about how I'm ending the day, how I'm managing it. Yeah, that sounds stressful. I should lock this one up and throw in the towel in the day, guys. Trying to find the exit here. If we can get to the bottom of that and balance, I'm good to go. We got some doji candles, some doggy candles. I really tried to push today. It was just a tough day. Tried to push the account. I think at one point we were down quite a lot. So either way, let me see. Yeah, dude, we were at the beginning of the day. We were down. I was in a pretty big losing trade. I think we were down 250. What did I close that for? I guess I was only ever really down 50 bucks in the realized. The unrealized doesn't really matter too much. Doesn't matter if I'm down $1,000. It's not a closed trade yet. Yeah, I don't know. Not bad, I guess. We lost initially today, and we definitely came back pretty strong. It's not stressful at all. No, not that. I was talking about, holy crap, we just done pretty good. I was talking about trying to help people with their trades. That sounds stressful. This is actually kind of right where we could yeah, I can't talk. What the hell? This is where we want to be. Approaching down here. I don't know if it tagged it. This happened very quick. I think it did. I think we spiked down low enough, but there's no way I could have executed that with any human reaction. That was a lot of selling volume that came in just randomly. Just big dump. Must have been like a rebalance thing. Oh, there we go again. Yeah, I needed to execute that really quickly. Next leg down. Yeah, see, this one, the imbalance, it makes like no sense after hours. It gets weird. Next leg down, I'm out. I'm fine with that. I'll add 20 more to the profits. We could fall 100 points. Who cares? We're done. We're in profit today. $56. Not bad. Not bad at all. I did not take any trades in the cash account today, only in the Lucid Trading prop firm account, but I think it was a pretty good day. A lot of back and forth, but for the most part, the reversions and the DCA method here that I got going on has been calling it pretty well. I couldn't be happier with this. So until next time, guys, live streaming every single weekday around 9 to 10 a.m. CST. Hope to see y'all there. Guys, check out the description. Ninja Trader is the broker that I use. It's a charting platform I use. Level 2 analysis with the imbalance and the volume bubbles here is Bookmap. Links are in the description. You can sign up with Ninja Trader through that link for free. It does not cost you anything. You get 2 weeks of real-time data to play around with things. Check it out. Using my link helps me a ton. You don't have to spend any money. Doesn't cost you anything. I'm not trying to sell anything, but it does help me. Appreciate it, guys. Hope you all have a good weekend, man. Take it easy, guys. Join the Discord. Link is in the chat. Nightbot should have posted it. If you don't see it, scroll up. Join the Discord. I'd love to chat with you guys in the community through the weekend, after hours. Lots of cool peeps in there. Peace. Later, guys. Appreciate the input. Appreciate the engagement in chat. Y'all take it easy. Have a good day.